There's something about having an actual slider to pull down to adjust that volume level that feels so right when working on the sound. Hey there, friends. Where are we at? Come on, there it is. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is July 11th, 2024. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Hello, hello. Let me say hello to the chat room. They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on YouTube and Twitch. Tune in wherever you'd like. So good to see you. C Sharp Titan, good evening to you in Australia. Enyo Phase, good evening in the Philippines. Hello. Binary Chef, good morning to you. Look at that. We got folks in the Midwest. We got folks in Australia, Southeast Asia watching. Awesome. Love it. TMK DK. And now we got some folks in Europe. Awesome stuff. Digital Dummy. Hello, hello. Good to see everybody. Having a little cup of coffee here. It is 9 o'clock on the east coast of these United States. Getting things ready. Feeling good. I spent some time over the last 2 days working on writing and building more content for the .NET Aspire series that I was running on the .NET channel. All kinds of things have happened over the last month. Holidays, other events and things, other training sessions that I've taught. We're going to be back teaching that next week. I'm getting the next episode set up and I'm writing all the content for the last 2 episodes and trying to get that published as soon as possible. Like, if you look at the content that I've written for just the first 2 episodes of the Big Bad Blog series over on the .NET channel, I've already written almost 30 pages of hand-holding, walkthrough, workshop content. Like, the samples, the demos are one thing. The actual descriptions with the screenshots that shows you how to do everything, I've written almost 30 pages of content. And we're probably going to see about 30 pages more. And the more and more that I look at and I write and I put together this content, the more I think I should bundle this up as an ebook when we're done and make it easy for folks to download and check out and put a minimum fee on it. And if folks want a printed version from Amazon and whatnot. How you doing there? Chris Jones, welcome in. For my content, how much time does one page turn into when I present it? How much time does one page? Okay. It depends. So, right, and that's the beauty of watching my content live. Now, those of you that are watching the recording, I very much appreciate it. You know, make sure you subscribe and like and click the button down in the corner or wherever it is on YouTube. When I present and teach live, I pause and answer questions. I dive further into topics based on what folks in chat are talking about. So how much does one page of written content turn into? It could be 5 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. Depends. Because there are things that I like to dive into when we start writing and discussing in person versus what's actually written in the content. And maybe that's an opportunity for me to go back and expand a little bit. Twitch is getting ad breaks kind of forced on me here. We're going to start to see ad breaks come in for a couple minutes. And of course, all the advertising revenue we're donating to a nonprofit. So, prepared recordings? Well, hey, Sir Timmy, hello, good to see you. Prepared recordings. How much, if I were to do a prepared recording, how much does one page of written content turn into? Maybe 5 minutes. Maybe. Probably a little bit longer, but 5 minutes plus or minus a little bit there. So. Oh, look at that. Hi. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You're gone. Yeah. So, there we go. And goodbye. Nice knowing you. What about when .NET 9 comes out? Will I have to update the content for that? So that's right. That's kind of the thing. Yes. And when you write content that is strongly tied to an existing version of a technology, you need to maintain that content then, which can turn into its own somewhat cottage industry, chasing and updating and maintaining that content. Let me get some music playing here in the background and we'll continue our discussion. Happy to talk more about this. And quite frankly, maintaining content is the same type of effort that goes into maintaining a library, right? A NuGet package, an NPM package. You have to go through and maintain that. Let's start down here. This is called The Shifting Tide. This is from Streambeat's Synthwave playlist. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music that they put together for us today. So the good thing about the ad breaks that are going to be coming in is there won't be any pre-roll for folks that are joining the stream. However, there's going to be I think it's 3 breaks, 2 or 3 breaks of like 2 minutes apiece. So so C# Titan, as we go and build and add more content, it's more for us to maintain than when new versions are updated. So the .NET Aspire content, yes, I'm going to need to update for .NET 9. I've got about 4 months until .NET 9 comes out, and I'm keeping an eye on the things that they're updating and tracking with that. And of course, not just .NET 9, but they're going to release an Aspire 8.1 is what they're showing on their issues and reports on the GitHub repository. When will that come out? We'll see. But we're going to need to update and keep up with some of that content as well. So, why didn't that purge? Yeah, there we go. Continuing here. Hey, guten Morgen. Is it Escamina? Hello? Ahoy, Fishkopf. Hello, welcome in. How you doing there, Napalm? Hot hat tip to the Playwright, folks. You're on a Mac and Selenium and cannot get a Chrome testing driver. Playwright does just work, yes. They've done a lot of work to get Playwright working. And if you look at, talking about Aspire again, if you look at the Aspire repository, they want to get Playwright working with Aspire. There's absolutely a need, a want to get those two technologies working together. I think it just makes sense to be able to use Aspire to start up a test environment and let Playwright go to town doing its thing, exercising an application in there. I think that's a fantastic opportunity. Hey, Manoj, I'm doing well. Didn't realize Playwright was usable for Python too. Oh, yes. So, Playwright, right, for those of you that don't know, Playwright is an orchestration, not orchestration, bad term. Let me head over to the code and show you. It's a browser, orchestration. It orchestrates the browser. It lets you direct the browser to do things to help you test your applications. So it is cross-platform, Windows, Mac, and Linux, but there's APIs available for TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, .NET, and Java. So bring your favorite web development technology and write the tests the way that you want to build and deploy. So really, really cool. Fickcop asks, will it be possible in the future to deploy a .NET Aspire app to other hosts and not only to Azure? You can do that now. You can do that now. Amazon has made what they call their Cloud CDK available. We're in pre-roll ads for the next minute and a half. I'll continue answering that question when we get done. The other side of the ads. Actually, you're a subscriber, so you're not seeing the ads. The Amazon CDK allows you to deploy to Amazon. There is also the Aspirate toolset that allows you to generate not just Docker Compose files, but also kubectl files, so that you can build and deploy to Kubernetes installations if you'd like. Instrumentation. It's not so much instrumentation, Sir Timmy. Right? When I think instrumentation, it's not just it's not just, have the browser do things, but it's also measuring and getting information back. It does a little bit of that. A little bit. C# Titan got an email today saying that there's a .NET Aspire Developers Day. Oh, they're not able to see this. We'll talk about that in a minute. The ads are done in about 20 seconds. So, minus the 1,000 for Python. I kind of agree. I know a little bit of Python. I'm not going to knock Python. It's not my cup of tea, but I respect the folks that use it. There we are. We're back. C# Titan says, got an email today saying that there's a .NET Aspire Developers Day on June 27th. 27th? 23rd. 23rd. It should be July 23rd. June 27th was like 2 weeks ago. And ask many questions. What would you like to say to the folks that build Java? Escaminia, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. You started with Docker last week? Cool. Me for Steam stream? What bio? My Twitch bio? What are you talking about? On the channel? The About section? The About under the video. The About under the video. Now we can get rid of the factor panel, I can tell you that. That's done. We're done with that one. Contact me from stream-related requests. Okay, fine. Alright, fine. That's been there for a while. Where is that? Why won't it let me edit? They put it in a completely separate... That's weird. There we go. Alright. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Binary Chef. So, July, happy to see a C# related stream every Tuesday and Thursday, and I want to get more streams during the week rolling here. Cross the static SSR to interactive render state boundary. All right. That's a thing. There you go. Dynamic components. Oh, now you're stepping into a very interesting space. Yep, always stream at this hour. So here's the thing. I know it's afternoon for folks in Europe. I know we're in the evening for our friends, sometimes late evening for our friends in Australia, Southeast Asia. It's about dinner time for folks in India. But I'm catching the East Coast United States folks in the morning. East Coast, maybe you've already arrived at the office. Central time, maybe you're driving to the office. You can listen to me, and you'll hear I'm very descriptive of what we're building, talking, writing about. Mountain time zone, Pacific Coast. Quite frankly, they don't watch my content at all, ever. So, sorry. 10 a.m. in Brazil, right? Because one time zone to the east. There you go. Yep. So afternoon in good bit of Africa, Europe. Thinking about that entire set of time zones through there. So Ionescu's not from the North Pole. I tell you. So I wrote the blog post about this. I didn't link to the blog post from here. I probably should. I wrote the blog post, and I even recorded a video after stream on Tuesday about adding antivirus to .NET Aspire systems. There's a comment? What's the comment? Oh, from John Smith. Why does that name probably not? It's probably not your real name. But I wrote this blog post talking about this idea of, you know what, if we're going to choose to use .NET Aspire and we want to be secure by default, we should probably also consider bringing antivirus in so that as content is uploaded, if you have any kind of file upload or some text that's being sent through, if you're receiving and presenting large blocks of text, you should probably scan that to make sure there's no malware in there. I did. Who's that guy in the picture? Yeah, that's me. That's me from probably 2 years ago, I think we took that picture. So, yeah. It is on Aspirify. Right? Up. There it is. So always looking for more articles to put out here. Yes. Hey, Robert Tables. Hello. So that was the idea behind, right? That blog post I shared. There's also now a YouTube video that I recorded and put out there that kind of describes it and how it works and talks through some of the pieces. A little bit of what we did on stream Tuesday. I should probably embed that here. And then? Well, and then we talked about this. Let's put blog post about this idea at, there we go. Cool. All right. So the idea being, you can run ClamAV, the open source antivirus that is managed by Cisco. You can run that inside of a Docker container. I know I was going to mention Docker containers, and that's why you showed up, Robert Tables. I know. So there's tools that you can use to send binary code, not just binary code, but to send content over then to that Docker container so that it can scan it. In particular, there's this library for .NET called NClam that has a very simple client in here that knows how to create a connection to that server and wait for that information to come back. Hey, do the scan, let me know what you think. Not bad. Pretty easy to do. And right, my idea was, well, let's just pull these together, run it inside of .NET Aspire, and I've got antivirus running next to my web front end as I'm building here locally, and when I'm ready to deploy, it'll automatically stand up that container and wire it up appropriately in my Kubernetes cluster, on my Azure deployment, in my AWS containers. And now I've still got that same secure capability out there. So what I want to do to kind of enhance this a little bit, because I want to use this in Aspirify. I want to use this in MyTag. You're going to see MyTag hopefully in the next month as I get more time to work on it. And as we start allowing folks to anonymously log in, to anonymously create accounts on these applications, if you're uploading a profile picture, you're uploading any content, I want to scan and make sure no malware is coming through and I'm not a source of redistributing some of that junk. C# Titan asks, I think this is a great feature to add to Aspire apps. Do you think this will be added by default to the Aspire platform? No. I shared the idea over to the Aspire program managers. They like the idea as something that is external to them. Fine, go ahead, maintain it. It fills a need. There's a discussion point to be had about how much do the teams take on then to maintain something like that. There's other plans and things going on there. Not an issue for them to address right now. The existing recommendations that they have out there for, hey, make sure you do malware scanning of any content that you upload, blah, 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 blah. That's all fine. I think we can tune and add some other capabilities to this, and that's what I want to do today. And we'll... there you go. Come on. I know it knows this one. Oh, what are you talking about? I definitely need to go in and...
Now we know.
And knowing is
Fix
half
it.
the battle.
It's not Gunner. That's not Gunner. No. That's way wrong. 71%? No. And it still didn't... No. I feel
Now
like...
we know.
And knowing
And
is
it's not
half
the
the
College
battle.
Football Hall of Fame. It's Loki. That was 43%. Yes, machine learning.
Now we know.
No.
And knowing is half the battle.
40%. See, I was thinking below 50%, I shouldn't even let it. But this is the Loki for President hat. Anyways. So I think there's an opportunity to improve this, to make this easier for folks to use, to actually publish a host package, contribute it out there, and show, hey, here's a thing. Yeah, if folks like this, I mean, I've gotten very little feedback on this, right? I got one comment here. There were 2 comments on the YouTube video, 0 comments on Twitter outside of the Microsoft team, and 7 stars here on GitHub. Like, this isn't a .NET thing that is doing this. I've got a .NET client library that interacts with it, but nothing's keeping you from standing up and using an NPM library, Python library that pushes stuff over to ClamAV to run. I'm just enabling it to run here in Aspire. And because I'm .NET, I'll put together an update for the nclam library. So what strikes me about this library, it hasn't been touched in almost half a year. right? It's 13 years old. He has a new release here. A new release hasn't been touched in 4 years. Net 8 was 5 months ago. And it's 6 months ahead, 6 commits ahead. Does this have any logging in the client? Because right now it doesn't have any logging. I don't see it. So what I want to do, I want to fork this, put some logging into it, and send a pull request back that says, hey, let's put some logging into this so that when there is an issue, we're logging that. When there's an error detected, when there's a virus detected, we're logging that. What that'll also do is it'll cause those traces to appear inside of the Aspire dashboard, so that when we do virus checks, we'll see that whole thing we'll see that whole trace appearing, that it went all the way through and was interacting with the antivirus. Hey, DJ Deepex. Hello. C# Titan asks, can ClamAV scan inside a database? I don't think so. If an image has been saved as base 64 and someone infiltrates the content and adds a virus. I don't think so. What I would do is I would go through, and if there's content, right, if there's a large text field that was allocated, right, and there's your first defense in database. Don't allocate large text or binary fields in the database. You could create a checksum. There's one way to go, and put that in another field, and even if that's taken, you've got an issue there. But to go through and look for those large binary fields and do that scan. The scan runs very quickly. Like, to select that data out and run it through the scanner isn't a lot of work. But none of these do logging. So if I add the logger to this, right, I think we'll get some, and let's just do a quick look here and see if anybody ever asked for a log. No. So I'm going to create an issue and support, please add support for a logger. One second here. There we go. Be great to have a logger so we can know when those reports happen, when those things have. Does it return a progress value? No. It runs synchronously. Right, so if we look at so there's another thing that would be great to put in here. So it just returns a task with a string. Wait, that's not it. Hang on, that's not the public method. Right, it's not asynchronously returning any kind of status. Get version, get stat. So get stats. I haven't used that at all, but that might be something interesting to do. Ping, ping, try ping, try ping. Scan file on server. So it doesn't return any kind of progressive results of what it's looking at. Right, you could do multiple file scans on an entire path. So, yeah, I would add a spinner instead of a progress bar, but that feels like an opportunity to, right, and they're also doing a configure await false over here. right? They're trying to force the threading, which I feel like is always a bad idea. Viewing an image with, let's say, Chrome can infect my PC? Yes. Yes. Because, unfortunately, if folks put a payload in there, it can download and misbehave. If the image isn't a real image in there, and right, they put some other binary in there, when it goes to try and download and present that, it can misbehave. So, what would be the best method using Blazor to download large files and move them to a shared folder on a network? Give me more details. I need more about that. Images as attack vector on a website. Hacking the web using images. Security vulnerabilities that can be found in using images. Cross-site script injection using SVG images. Anatomy of SVG attack. So, yeah, it's possible. Something to be aware of. Hey there, Nexos. Hello. Yeah, McNets, give me a little bit more details about what you're trying to accomplish there. The best method using Blazor to download large files and move them to a shared folder on a network. Yep, it's a drive-by attack. Customer sends an order to one site. They have to send files compressed as zip. So you're trying to do that behind the scenes? You're trying to do that server side, it sounds like? Is this a server side? Okay. So you can do file upload with Blazor and it will chunk, and the recommended way is to chunk and upload. If they're doing a typical file upload control in the browser, you can there's also drag and drop tools that'll capture and do the file upload for you. You're going to chunk that up and upload it. When it arrives on the server, here's exactly the scenario. You're going to want to write it into a folder that's isolated that you can quarantine, scan, and then send things over. At that point, do that move process. But that move process isn't something that you want your server doing. I would, at the most, have your server move from that raw folder where you're doing the virus scan, the malware check, move it over to some other staging folder where you have a script that's running behind the scenes, watching that folder. When it sees new files, move it to the other place. I would set up a second background service on another machine that is behind the firewall. Specifically, look for that behind the firewall because you're writing to another folder on your on your corporate network. So you're going to want to grant write access only to that server, not to the web server. On YouTube, how you doing there? Is it Ninjas? Nice. Any past streams or other resources that dive into using more functional patterns in C#? particularly around domain modeling. I don't have anything like that right now. Functional patterns in C#. I do not. I would recommend you check out my friend Steve Smith. He's Art Dallas. He has a number of videos on Dome Train and Pluralsight that talk about those types of things. But I do not have any right now. But I will take a note about that. Functional patterns in C# for domain modeling. That's an interesting topic that I can almost guarantee is underrepresented. In the case of big files, there must be limits of Kestrel arrays. Yes. So what is a big file to you? 2 gig is I believe the initial limit, the default limit. So you would have to raise that limit if you want to be able to allow more than, I think it's 2 gig to be uploaded. You're going to run into issues uploading larger files with consistency and getting some of that working properly. C# Titan asks, does ClamAV scanning work in production or just in development for the Aspire dashboard? It works in production. I haven't deployed it there yet, but yes. Because it'll deploy and run as another container app with the current structure here. With that in mind, right, it'll be running, and since it does, at the very least, it'll do antivirus definition checks and updates every 10 minutes. So even if it's not actually checking for content, it will stop, and then every 10 minutes go in and check for antivirus definitions and update itself. Ads are running for the next minute and a half. You need a lot more. Okay. Hey, DGen1's over there on YouTube. Hello. Functional in C# sounds like F#? A bit. Yes. Yes. It surprises you a little that cloud services aren't doing this automatically. There's a risk exposure there that I think is what's going on. Cool. So I want to fork this and log this issue here. It would be great if an optional logger could be injected into the Clam client and report on report on virus scanning results. Virus scanning progress and results. I'd like to take a first attempt at adding this capability. There we go. Hey, Alu the Crow. Hello. Trying to force the young teams to use Blazor. Nice. That's nice of you. It seems like a service opportunity to a cloud vendor. Yes, I agree. I thought Azure has Windows Defender built in. If you're running on Azure Container Apps or App Service on a Linux instance, it does not. So, denial of service attacks, upload viruses and malware, compromise, blah, blah, blah. So, appropriate controls are in place when accepting files. Ensure appropriate controls are in place from Azure. So, unrestricted file uploads, file signature. So this is Azure Security. Where did it go? It just says ensure appropriate controls are in place. File extension check, maximum file size. File should not be uploaded to web root. Naming convention should be followed. File should be scanned with antivirus. But it doesn't say how to do that. Kestrel's on a max file size of 30 meg. Where do you see that? Oh, there you go. About 28.6 meg. Okay. I'm probably thinking of IIS back in the day was 2 gig. But you can open that up when you configure the website. Cool. Trying to convert your Blazor WASM standalone app into a Blazor web app so you can use Aspire with it. Okay. Yes, Azure has Windows Defender, but you need to be on a Windows system to get it. So, I'm going to fork here. Owner, yep, okay, sure. Blah, blah, blah. That's fine. And I think we should be able to add a simple injection of an iLogger and work with that. So there we go. This is my local copy. I'll grab this over here. I'll work on this over on my dev drive. And let's get clone that, John. Thank you. There we go. No, I didn't want that. There we go. Let me get the gunner glasses on. You know what? Let me try the... I haven't had a chance to wear these yet. These are my Overwatch edition gunner glasses. Come here now. Hang on. What? Oh, you're still loading. There it is. So these are my Overwatch edition gunner glasses. Check these out. Come in a cool bag with the Overwatch logo. Tracer on the back. Echo up top. Kind of cool. So. And they got the nice orange side. Overwatch logo. And another Overwatch logo on that side. They also make a pair of Diva glasses, but they're more feminine in style. Like, all right, fine. Not my cup of tea. These aren't bad. I know a little bit too gray for me. I've got enough gray going on in this face already. But let's give these a shot for a little bit today. They look pretty cool. So. Working in Java, dates in different string formats drive people crazy. That's the same in every programming language. Hey there, Thindoll. Hello. So many things to think about when building web apps. Yes. The glasses do look good, though. Thank you. It's kind of cool. I do like it. Let's open this up and take a look at what's in here. So it's nice that they have some tests here. Like, show me what you got there. Where are you testing? Look at that. There's an embedded antivirus test. Going to localhost. Requires it running on 3310. So I could start the container here. It's a blue filter. Angry Ginger Dad. Yeah. So, I am a Gunner ambassador. I've been wearing Gunner glasses for years and years. Often on stream all the time. So I met up with folks from Gunner. They make the blue light glasses. And I met up with them at TwitchCon 2019. It's been 5 years now. They offered to give me a couple pairs, sign me up for their ambassador program. I share whenever there's a cool new pair of glasses available, and it's an opportunity for you to check them out and get some of the new styles. What I like is, right here, I'll go back over here, right? They look cool. There's all kinds of options available, right? They're absolutely thinking about more fashionable glasses, not just gamer geek glasses here. Right, I've got, this is my favorite. These are called the Marin. Nice, light, only that wire across the top, and they're rimless on the bottom. They look really nice for just wearing at the office, and not like boldly, I'm wearing blue blocker glasses. So, but I've got about 8 or 9 pairs of Gunner glasses here that I'll rotate through and wear at different times. So really enjoy that. They do wonders protecting my eyes and keep me from getting headaches later in the day. That was what I started running into. They don't give you code assist, Copilot glasses. And they don't give you aim assist. No! So, little style from Gordon Freeman. Yeah, a little bit. So, there is an ISO standard for dates. Yeah, folks don't care. They have their own format they want to be able to read in, and that's that. So, HoloLens with GitHub Copilot. I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. Is the Visor XR. I've mentioned this once or twice. I love my immersed application that lets me use virtual reality to take this one screen that I'm on and blow it out to multiple screens. I don't think it's going to find it. It hasn't done very well with this hat today. So this is the new device that those folks from Immersed are building and releasing. 4K, higher than 4K displays built into this. So when I traveled and saw Thindal, when I was in Stockholm, I had my Meta Quest headset with me, so I was able to work primarily in my hotel room, and from my one laptop, I had 4 screens, and I was able to interact with all of them and work with them. This is their device that they're building. So works with Windows, Mac, and Linux. I like this description of noise canceling for your eyes, because it blocks out everything else that's going on, so you can focus just on what you're working on. Yeah, I did have it with me. Yeah, I didn't actually bring it to the event center though. Where is it? I'm not sure what curator means. What do you mean curator? So more pixels than a 4K big screen TV. So you're going to have amazing interaction with this. They're in pre-order right now. If you're interested in this, I have a referral code that I can share with you. We'll each get a little bit off ours. So I pre-ordered one of the Founders Edition ones. So there's, if you if you pay in full, you'll get the $50 off. I'm like, I'm not paying the full $1,000. I bought the Founders Edition one, and I got it with the red to black gradient. I thought the blue looked really hot. I'm not gonna lie, I think it really looked cool. They're only making 25,000 Founders Editions ones. It also is going to say Founders Edition somewhere on it, but it comes with an extended battery as well. Like, no, the 4K one does also. So the Founders Edition includes all the 4K features, and it ships earlier. So 4K micro LED per eye. It can handle 5+ screens. That's really cool. 100-degree field of view, hand and eye tracking, so you can interact with stuff. 6 degrees of freedom, ultra widescreen, offline mode. You don't need to be connected to the network. You can plug with a USB right into your PC. Will it support glasses, prescription lenses? Yes. There is a where is it? Oh, I haven't seen this down here. Curator Professional AI Assistant. Oh, that's new. Okay. But it will take drop-in lenses, magnetic lenses. There's a model that they're working with. Visor will not be locked down. Very portable. So the stems come off. You can pop them off so that you can put a strap on. So you can put a strap on the headset. The stems, anybody that's done VR knows that while that looks cool, you have the weight on the front of your face. You need the head strap to go around the back so that it's load balanced on your head. Please share. Yeah. I'll share my link if folks are interested in checking that out. Where is it? There you go. So there is a referral link here. So, and I get a couple bucks off mine if anybody buys it. I'm my personal thing. $400 for a VR device is about the limit of where I'll go. But because the device costs so much, they're like, well, all right, you can buy it for $400 and $40 a month membership. I broke the referral link. Oh no! That is the link. It's not. Or that is the right link. Copy it out. It's not the full thing there. That is. What concerns you is that there's a TV panel so close to the eyes. It's something you have to get used to. It's not terrible. Like, I've talked to my eye doctor about it, and they said you're gonna be okay. How does it compare to the? So it's not released yet. There's a initial. There's an initial announcement event coming up in September in Austin, Texas. So if you buy for the full price, right? You doesn't say about the. That's new on me. But getting this and specifying a membership, like I did the 2-year membership with mine so that I could drive down the price a bit. Is it for gaming too? No, not. You can mirror things over to it, and it should work with it, but it's not intended to have games running directly on the device. So, the environments running out here are absolutely bonkers to be looking around. Like, an environment that I like using on this is is a space station. I'm literally sitting in the captain's chair at the front of this deck area, overlooking the Earth spinning, and out the back window is the moon. So it's really cool to be sitting in the chair with all the screens for my PC and extra virtual ones that I've created specifically. And this is on the Immersed app. You can get the Immersed app for free that this ships with installed on it. You can get it for free to run on your MetaQuest headsets. It'll run on the AVP now, the Apple Vision Pro. But the base application is available, and you can run it on a bunch of VR headsets. I really like using this. So, but subscription on top of the full price does feel weird. I'm going to agree with you on that, Alexi. But this is supposed to be much, much faster, much, much more optimized experience for it. So, do you need the membership? It looks like you do. If you pay for the whole thing. But the price goes up $200. But all these warranty discounts on accessories, trade-in program. Some of these features you get immediately. The premium environments get that immediately. Like if you're using Immersed on a VR headset. So, but I really enjoy the app, so it was a no-brainer for me to say, sure, I'll get the Founders Edition and whatnot. But I got the red shield because it's unique to this one. I think it looks kind of cool. So, there you go. That's... How will I stream with it? I don't know. I've tried streaming with the Meta Quest. I could probably do that again. And we could get into that. And show Immersed running on there. So... How could I have Windows running on some virtual screens and Mac running on others? So Binary Chef, that's something that they were working on. It was a feature like 2-3 years ago, but they pulled back on it so that they could build this device. Because now you're really on the network and pushing a lot of data back and forth between those machines. So, but to Digital Dummy's question about it for gaming, you should be able to mirror the game over to it and play. You are going to see some lag, though. A couple millisecond lag between them. So, I already got that one. Eat Bites 2 asks, was I a fan of Microsoft HoloLens? I got to try HoloLens for all of 10 minutes at an event at CodeMash in Ohio. It didn't do anything for me at the time. Like, I got to look at a sample walking around Pompeii event app. I'm like, so what? Does it stop working if you don't want the membership? I don't know. Do you get fatigue if wearing them for long periods? I used to. I don't anymore. But I don't walk around while I'm wearing it. I'm typically stable here in my office chair. I'm in a chair at a hotel. I was in West Virginia while my daughter was at band camp. We're not looking at this right now. Come over here. I was in West Virginia while my daughter was at band camp, and I brought my Quest headset with me. I took care of the various tasks and things that I had to do. I didn't have any interest in going and checking anything out in Morgantown. So I put the headset on, and for 6 hours, I was in VR space, coding, building, working on MyTag. That was awesome. that was an awesome experience. I had my headset on, so I was bringing in audio from my laptop. Really, really great experience. So, am I going this year to Code Mash? No. Nope. Ads are picking up. You haven't noticed the Philadelphia accent. Good. That's good. That one time at Bankhead? No, Napalm, no. Similar experience with HoloLens, unique, but show me the killer app. Exactly. The HoloLens really missed a killer app, and there were all kinds of consumer things that would have been fantastic to showcase and highlight with it. However, they fumbled the ball when it came to doing the consumer stuff. It also sounds like there were a number of problems with that department. The leadership of that department weren't exactly the most savory people. So, yeah. Let's head back over to the code. You were gonna sponsor Code Mash? Wow. We'll need to watch this later. Have a good one, Taki. Thank you. So, this wants to have ClamAV running in the background. I'm just going to go into Docker Desktop and start it up. Because I'm not building with Aspire right now. I'm trying to extend this library. Where the heck is... There it is. Right. So, there's my stream tools running in the background. So, I'm just going to grab ClamAV. There it is. I'd like to start one, please. Oh, it's got the OpenSSL issue. I feel like everybody's got that right now. Can I fix that? Great. Give me the latest one here. Pull a new version, is there? Nope. From 4 days ago. There's a, I'm okay with it running here locally, I guess. So, run, optional settings. Yeah, give me 3310 passing through. I don't care. Go ahead and run. So, it's starting up. And it's listening on 3310. Once this is started, I should be able to run my, my unit tests here to make sure that the existing version of the library works. Your company, the Omen Den, has sponsored Code Mash. Nice! Hey, try something, Dev. Hello. Cool. Alright, so the container's running. If I go to test, run all tests. Here it is, 8 tests. Come on. Build succeeded, okay. Wait, what are you doing there? Alright. Everything worked. So what are the 2 skipped ones down there? Test send async. So they are being forced to skip. So what's a good way to just tell it go ahead and run it, or just force it to run? No, it still skips. So what's a... I'm like blanking here. What's a good way to... No. Right, I want you to run. Darn it. Run it again. There we go. Cool. You might be right there. You might be onto something. Okay, so those tests work. Now what I want to do is I want to bring in the logger. So if I manage NuGet packages, I want to get the log abstractions. Log abstractions. Ah, darn it. Is it logger.abstractions? Yeah, there it is. Logging abstractions. There we go. Yeah, see? Right? Then we don't need to take the full weight of having an actual logger in this thing. Cool. So what I'd like to do... no. So that's... Why did you do that? Like, don't you understand how a record works? Like, this could be one line. So, okay, that's an enum. Right, so this is... Yeah. This is pretty much just a POCO. That's an exception. Okay. So what I'd like to do... I like to be able to receive a logger. Right? Something like that. No. Stash a copy. Yep. Give me a read-only field. And let's have this default to null logger. And now it won't let me do that. So what I can do... Yeah, I know. Why don't you like that? There we go. Yeah. Copilot's turned on. Download the beta of Meta Workspace. You're watching the stream on a virtual screen that literally goes from -90 to 30. You're on your Quest. Okay. Yeah, they're improving their workspace. What I find difficult is you need to... right, it's a separate screen for each app with their tool versus Immersed mirrors displays. So... But that's the kind of thing I do a lot. Okay, so now this has a way to... Right? If somebody specifies a string in a port... Right, so I can also receive iLogger, clam client. And pass that down. iLogger, clam client, logger equals null. There we go. Yeah, wide curved. Yep. I haven't tried the latest version. You have 3 displays. Ah, they're catching up. So now that I have the logger injected, no, we're okay on those. Same thing with you. I'm okay with that. Because we check and handle it appropriately. If it is null, assign it, right? So when we execute a command, right here, net standard information is, yeah, fine. Right, we can log some of this information that we're getting back and forth. Execute clan command async, that's going to be routed through up there. Scan file on server, scan file on server, scan file on server, multi-threaded async. So, right, I'm just going to call into logger and say log information on some of this. Is .NET Standard still used, or is it for backwards compatibility? Backwards compatibility, .NET Framework compatibility. But for the most part, if you're in .NET 8, no. If you're in .NET 5 and later, no. You don't need .NET Standard. Okay. So I think... See, they're even creating a stopwatch up here. Right. Logger, log information, log debug. Connecting to do I want to do it there? I probably want to do it here. Server IP and port. Clam AV server at server IP port. Right? Oh man, my ear. All right, there we go. So it's going to create that connection. Right, for debug, show me that it connected. So we have the command that's being passed in. There it is, writing it. Right. Additional command. So let's do another one here. Executing command. Right. Okay. There, see, it's doing this right line. I'll do the same thing. Why do I feel like I'm going to have all my tabs messed up on this? Logger. Log information. I think that's all right. So it's going to return that. Right, and we should be able to run the tests again. And they should run with no problem. Because we haven't changed anything. There we go, everything works. Hey there, S-Boy 3444. With a question here, first time visit, welcome. Any advice to someone who has struggled to learn coding? I feel like an imposter syndrome. We all feel like that when we first learn a new skill. We embark on a new task that we're not familiar with. Everybody feels like there's a little bit of a struggle getting used to learning, and that's okay. That's okay. What's amazing about writing software, coding, software development, you don't have to ask permission. It's okay to fail. It's okay to build things that don't work. When you're learning, when you're getting started and trying things out, that's okay. Start small. Start simple. Get some of the basics of whatever it is that you want to do figured out. What do you want to do with software development? Do you want to build websites? Do you want to build games? Do you want to build mobile apps? Do you want to build massive compute services that run in the cloud? What do you want to do? You want to build websites? Fantastic. Do you know HTML currently? HTML is kind of a foundational thing to build websites, right? How you format and present content on screen. Give that a shot, learning a little bit of HTML. Don't worry about CSS and JavaScript. You know HTML and CSS. Awesome. The next steps that you're going to get into then are, everybody's got to learn a little bit of JavaScript. Lots of troubleshooting? Okay. F12 is your friend in the browsers. That opens the developer tools, right? So here we're looking at GitHub. Press F12. Here it is above me, right? And it lets you peek in and see, here's the HTML that makes up the page. Hello? Oh no, I'm on the network. My bad. There's the HTML when you inspect, and it'll show you all the things, and when you select one of the items in here, right? Or you can actually click on things over here, and it'll show you where it is in the currently rendered running version of the page. Cool. You want to code fluently without videos or tutorial help? You're going to get there. It takes practice. It takes a little bit of learning to try and get there. So it can be frustrating at first. This is where tools like Copilot help out, because you can kind of give it instructions and it'll go figure out and do that thing for you. You're going to need to learn a little bit of JavaScript, and it's going to be weird writing code that runs in the browser. It is. And then figure out what you're going to need to figure out what language you want to use to generate the HTML and CSS. The HTML from the server. I like Blazor. I like Blazor, which is a .NET user interface framework. We can build and write that with C#. So you end up with this stack that you need to learn. Other folks like building and generating code with React, using Node to do that. So it's just JavaScript the whole way through. And that's fine. Sure. I would encourage you, be patient. Everybody stumbles. Everybody stumbles out of the gate learning. The one thing that you're going to discover as you dive into this space is you're always learning. Okay? So take your time. It's okay to get things wrong. Appreciate that there are tools out there that will help you correct. Use Visual Studio Code. It's got syntax highlighting in there. It's got things that'll give you clues and hints if you've typed things wrong. It's got code completion in there, so it'll generate error messages. Fantastic. That get you on the right direction. So, and find a group of friends, a group of somebody that can be a little bit of a mentor. There's questions and discussions that happen on our Discord. There's other Discords where folks are learning that you can drop into and you can chat. You're welcome. So, what you'll find is that I'm overly descriptive as I'm talking about coding and building things here on this stream, so that we can make it clear what I'm doing. And for folks that are listening but not necessarily watching the screen, they can pick up what's going on and follow along. So I always think of the person who's walking their dog or driving to work, sitting on the train, and you're not necessarily looking at your phone, or you have the stream on in the background and you're playing a game on another screen. So if you've learned CSS, you can learn the rest. Yes. So how do you there you go. If you'd like to join the Discord, there's a link for it. You looked for a mentor before, but when I tried people, I've ignored you. It is hard to find people that'll give you time because, and we're into ads. I'll pause for the next minute and a half. Is it possible to deploy an iPhone app from Visual Studio that is paired to a Mac? Yes, it is. Do you have to deploy it from the Mac machine itself? Yes. That's an Apple thing. So I will pause for just a little bit longer here while the ad finishes off. I close the ad indicator. So user groups are a big one. Yep. So those ran properly. I want to start dropping in. You don't even need to find a specific person, but a place, a chat room, someplace with a Slack channel, someplace where there's other folks that are happy to hang out and answer questions. We have a little bit of that on our Discord. So I'm going to add another test here to verify that it's generating log messages, I guess. Right? Like, I feel like log messages are something that are awful to test. Let's look back at that unit test. Right? This is just looking at the result object. And this is actually doing the test. Let's, shoot, what's the, this is X unit, isn't it? Yeah. I should have known that from the fact entries. What's the logger for N unit? For X unit, right? X unit logger. I forget how they do this. Capturing output. There we go. iTest output helper. There it is. I don't think iTest output helper implements iLogger. Yeah. Clam scan result tests. I test output helper. But I don't think. No. Where is it? There we go. But I don't think that implements iLogger. No, it doesn't. Great. So we need, how do we do iTest output helper with logger? Where is it? One match. Where? No. XUnit, iTest output. Yeah. iHelper. iTest output helper iLogger. Yeah. Oh. iLogger provider, new XUnit logger provider. Well, that's a pain in the neck. Like, you've been using the integrated sandbox? Nice. I don't want to have to set this up every time. You know? Tech talk on live coders. What's going on? Oh. Mm-hmm. Hey, that's me. Yeah, I have a similar experience with Immersed. Yeah. You got nervous. I feel like I Oh, he wrote his own package to do it. That's what this is. It's a different person? But, I mean, having to set up the service provider each time. Ugh. Ugh. I'd rather have a wrapper stub that I submit. public class XUnit logger. Right? Something like that. Really? Okay. And we want to receive iTest. Oh, I forget what it was. iTest output helper. That. Just call it output. For begin scope, we're not going to do anything. Yeah. Is enabled, return true. And here, output, right line. Come here. Write an appropriate formatted log message to the output. You stink. Really? Fine. So when it creates and it has output up here, let's do XUnit logger of type clam client. New XUnit logger output. Right? So now down here, I can say logger equals output. Yes, it does exist. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did it wrong. Of course I did. Right, so logger output. There we go. So now we should see entries in the log when those tests run. There we go. How you doing there, DaBaby 1121? Yo, good to see you. Welcome. Never used unit tests in your projects? They're so useful, and I don't write enough of them. Hey, Torvik, is it possible to reference your own NuGet packages in your class library? Sure. Yeah, why not? So if I go down here to these tests, there it is, connecting to ClamAV server at, and we don't have the address there. Don't have an address. Executing command in stream. Command took. That's cool. There we go. There we go. Some initial logging. Clearly we need to clean up. Need to clean up that John a little bit. Where'd the test results go? There we go. So that's okay. That didn't have an IP address. Let's take a look at that. It was here. I said server IP. Well, it might not be server. It might be server, not server IP. So we could do that, right? Now, why don't you like that? Maybe null here, so I'm doing null check. Server. I should be able to say dot value. Or do we need to turn around the other way? Still doesn't like it. Right, because it figures that out down in here, right? Server port, if server IP is null. Yeah, so it should be the other way. So, right, if I do like that. Ah, there we go. Right, so to the questions earlier from S-Boy, look, I work on C#. I work on Visual Studio. It took me a couple tries to get the syntax of that right. Don't worry about it. Is it possible to publish your own handmade NuGet packages to GitHub? Yes. You can publish your own NuGet packages to GitHub. So every user, if you go up to your user profile, has a packages area. Click into that, and you can create and upload NuGet packages here. So, yeah. Absolutely. That's totally a thing. I mean, it's not as trusted as going directly to NuGet, where things are virus scanned and checked for malware. But everybody has a package repository on GitHub that you can use. Azure DevOps lets you publish packages as well. Let me come back to your comment in just a second there, DeBaby. I just dropped in those. Let me run the tests again here, and then we'll answer your question. So rebuilding, rerunning the test. There we go. Localhost 3310, 127.0.0.1. So they work. DeBaby with a comment here. I have a fear of using ChatGPT to explain things while learning because I heard that it's not good. For folks that are learning, going into a project, going into a process where you know you're not optimizing for speed and productivity of what you're doing, but you're optimizing for your learning, your educational experience. That's okay to pause and be able to ask ChatGPT, to be able to ask Copilot, what does this do? There's a command that'll do it. And it tells you. Like, that's okay. I don't see a problem with that at all. The folks that might be telling you that are telling you that because they want to optimize for writing more code more quickly, being more productive. If you're going into a coding session knowing I want to learn how this thing works, I don't see a problem with that at all. You thought it was impossible. No, you're good. Frank! Hey there, Frank. Are there disadvantages to put it on GitHub instead of NuGet? The disadvantage of putting on GitHub is that it's not trusted like NuGet.org, right? There are certainly people that host and deploy packages from GitHub, but anybody can do that, and it doesn't have it doesn't have the trust information that the NuGet.org repository has, right? So you see the blue checks next to these? These were submitted by the folks who own those repositories. They're trusted, they own that content. It's been approved, it's been logged in and authenticated so that you know that it came from there, right? And it's got 5 billion downloads. So it's trusted, it's being delivered by the same folks. But if we go down here, right, here's Dickinson Brothers Logger Abstractions. Well, it's got 8,000 downloads and it doesn't have the trust thing on it. For me, as somebody who's not familiar with Dickinson Brothers, I'm going to do a little bit of investigation before I decide to try that. You will never get the trust indicator when you're trying to fetch things from GitHub. Fetch packages from there. That's just not a thing. So, someone from NuGet themselves viewed your package, verified its security signature, and said, yeah, this is who they say they are, and it's secured. There's an automated process that does it, but it came in with the appropriate signatures and authentication and is allowed to be displayed. Yes. It also, NuGet.org also gives us the ability to send out revoke messages. Hey, this is not secure anymore. Upgrade. So you have those capabilities as well. So we've got the appropriate tests sitting here. The one test is testing to make sure that we get virus detected. So I want to go into this now, where it's doing the actual scanning right here. Execute command async send stream file, blah, 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 and then configure await. And it's loading that raw result into here, where it's reporting virus detected. So what I think I'm going to do is, let's see, what do we got here? And where's the error? Yeah, there's an infected files collection there. So let's do this. Let's break this up slightly. Let's just call this result. If result no. I don't want to throw an exception, no. Maybe we should pivot. If I don't want to throw an error. And what am I doing with if? Case. Case clean. No, if it's clean, break. Man. What the? There we go. Virus detected. Logger. Sure. And there's a, it tells you what the virus is. That's a string. Where is it? The virus name is here. That's the enum. Virus detected. It's in... Shoot, where did I pick that up? I don't remember. Am I writing tests for external APIs? Yes. How do you validate the security of a NuGet package? How you doing there, Code Design Monk? Welcome. That's a hard question. There's a certain amount of you're trusting the folks that created it. Otherwise, it's an open. Many of these are open source packages. Go look at the source code and do a pass through it yourself. There are tools that will analyze and look at that. Whoa! What the heck? There are tools out there that will analyze and look at and make sure that it's not reaching out and doing something crazy out there. So the inflation report came in, and inflation has fallen for the first time since 2020. And the market is down. It's down hard. Yeah. Meta, Microsoft, the tech giants are all off at least 2 points. Oof. I have a little indicator here in front of me that shows me the current Microsoft pricing. Oof. Frank!
Heroes just resubscribed for 35 months. Look like resubscribing during an ad doesn't stop the ad loud.
Refresh. Refresh the screen and it will. I'll just say virus detected. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to a tech charity. I still have to identify one. I gotta do that by next week. Where'd it go? Somewhere in here, when there's a virus, I report it. There's the service that's actually connecting out there. Infected files first virus name. So I should be able to find it. Right? Results. Infected files. Virus name. Right, because we know that this execute clam command, it writes... no, I'm sorry, it was in the result. Right, when it looks at the result, if there was one found, it creates the infected files and it populates it. Now, somebody was saying something about high performance logging. I'm working with the iLogger. I'm the actual log implementation. That's different. Right, the code C# code gen logging, something like that. What? No. Those are for generating. So if I was, I could add those and do something with it, but I'm not. I don't think we're concerned with performance at this point. Yeah. I don't think that's an issue at this point, but send and scan file, we want to, and return result, yeah. So I think we want to do a similar, we should probably do a log, right? Error while scanning. Error while scanning stream. That's not bad. So here, send in scan file async, it opens a stream, and then it calls that. So since this is a wrapper around this, I don't need to do anything there. That's the same thing, send and scan file async, passing a stream, and then executing the shutdown command. I don't think I need that. So let's go run the tests again. See how this goes. Could it find more than one infected file? Yep. There you go. Virus detected in stream. Did I? Run that one more time. There we go. And it detects and reports appropriately there. I'm doing it as a warning. I think that's okay. But could it find more than one? Sure. Sure. If results infected files count equals 1. I could do it as a for loop. For each var. No. In results infected files. Hey there, President Not Sure.
President Not on just resubscribed for 21 months. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you so much. Much appreciate. And I'll make another donation to a tech charity. You're so concerned over iLogger perf at work. App Services sits waiting for the SQL Server most of the time. So, right, that's where using something like Serilog that has queuing built into it will take care of some of those things for you. Logging to the console is actually an expensive operation. So, yeah. Let's do this. Like that. Oh, you don't like that, do you? So what if we do enumeration? No. There we go. Oh, we should wrap it. Then I don't need this. I can also do end result infected files any. And now I can actually, I can change this, right? And I can say file name. Why do I use string interpolation in Logger instead of the template and pass the arguments? Easier for me to read. Detected in string. It's fine. That's fine. So, and look at that. It ran in 60 microseconds. Is that fast enough? Like, the actual command, right? Seconds, milliseconds, microseconds. Send and scan file async. Yeah, that's what that unit test is doing. Send and scan file async right there. Hey, advisory dude. Hello. So, I think that... Hey, Phil. Thank you for the cheer.
Bessie cheered 100.
So, right, that's a block of text that is detected. It's a standard antivirus test content. So, right, I enabled these. I have a little... Docker container that's running it right now. And the Docker container, there you go, is reporting that it's found. This is reporting that it found viruses, right? Is there a dark mode on this? Is there an appearance dark mode? No. Oh, yeah, right there. Cool. I don't want to... Get me out of the settings. There it is. Cool. So, you prefer the template? Okay, it's up to you. I do like the string interpolation. Clearly, it's not impacting performance. Like, even going through that switch statement, right? That switch statement, even going through it, like, so what? Here's, look, they're really long. Oh my goodness. It took 2.5 milliseconds. That's fast enough. You know? Like, there's absolutely optimization we could do about that, but it's 2.5 milliseconds. I'm not going to optimize the optimizer. So now, I should be able to build this, reference it, bring it back into my Aspire AV sample, and get those log messages rolling into the Aspire panel, dashboard, the logs, the traces, the thing. You can't go get a coffee refill in that time. Well, good to know. Like, if you were building a web forms application, you can not only go get a coffee refill from the coffee machine, you can go to Starbucks, wait in line at the drive-thru, come back, and it might be done building. So let's go over to that sample. Let's bring in now this client instead of the NuGet package and see if my version makes that dashboard a little bit nicer to work with. So I had down here in no end then. You know, did you know, hang on, did you know that there's a no emote available to you? Did you know that? That's been there as long as the and then emote is there. Our friend Fierce Kittens made that as well. Where was I? Oh yeah. Wait, what? I'm going to remove this for right now. I don't think it's going to get it. No. I'm going to add... It's not a project reference. It's not a com reference. Maybe I can do it as a project reference and browse to it. Maybe. Right? No, that's not it. Down over here and enclam. Oh no. Sure, whatever. Okay. And let's restart that. So far, so good. No hats! There you go. No, do the thing! Here we go. I'm almost out of coffee. Oh no. Here we go. So, okay. Take a look at the logs. Clean there so far. I didn't specify a logger for the Clam client. Let's see what happens. Yep, click through to an endpoint here. I'm going to choose and upload a file here. That wonderful, dashing young gentleman. And it's doing the upload in the background. Done. But if I go over here... Did a retry. We look at the structured logs. There's the post. No. I probably don't have log level set for the Clam client. Let's take this all the way to debug. See if we get it popping out. That, oh, I made these connections. Maybe I have it... Right, maybe I need to set the log level coming out of Clam AV to, instead of log debug, to log information. Hello? Did we hit that too early? Error uploading the file. Oh no. Okay. That's a socket exception writing. But if we look at the trace, no, it still didn't log and come through. Why? Right, I should have seen Clam AV come through here. Or did it not? Because I had it default to null. Oh, I'm not injecting it. I'm not... hang on. This is on me. Hang on. So down here, I'm not actually passing in the logger, and I'm not creating this, right? I'm creating it on the fly each time. So app dot I want to create app dot no services get required service, thank you, my logger Clam client. I wasn't actually passing in a logger. It's not going to replace that one. Give it a different one. I don't think it worked. Load a file. Yes, yes. No, it hit that socket issue. Hit it again. There it is. There it is. So is it logging? We still don't see it in there. See, there it is doing the retries. Yeah, there's the antivirus call right there. But it's not. Right, I want to see an entry that it made a call out to Clam. Right? There it is. Category, Enclam Clam Client. Because all I did was use the logger. Command in-stream took 3.0 seconds. We should probably include... no, not in Clam Client. No. You don't put it in your libraries. You put it in here where it sets up all of that in the application. Let me go reopen. Yeah, how do I get it to appear as another... It's a telemetry activity is what I want it to appear as. Right, I should probably log in a... Right, so if we say logger, log information... no malware detected in stream. No virus. They use the term virus here. So if you have... Yeah, I did log information. Where is it where I'm doing the actual connection? This I feel like should be log debug. This one should be log information, not debug. That it's executing the command. Yeah. Right, and the unit tests all still work. I didn't do anything stupid and break that. Cool. Right. I get messages in there for the tests. Yeah. So that just built and put a new DLL down that it's referencing. I should be able to just restart, and it should pull in the new one. But it's still not going to log them as a child activity. Right? I'd love it to appear as a child activity. Right, so I'm just scanning a profile picture. Should come back pretty quickly. But it's like that first visit after it first starts up. It's like it doesn't do it quite right. Come on. No, hit the error again. Fine, give me a different file. No virus detected in stream. Right, so there it is right there. There's the post right there. But after the post upload, I want to see that it handed over to Clam AV. Hey, congratulations, Alu. So how do I do that? Right? Is that I need to add extra telemetry capabilities here? Spire, open telemetry. Activity? I don't know. Who's this? Yeah, they're just showing how it works. Wait a sec. Yeah, that's how you get in. It's logging the information using the logger. Diagnostics config, service name, creating a meter. Creating a resource for that service. All of that is being done in, most of that is being done inside of services. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Dr. Cox and DJ Deep. Yeah. Yeah, now he's got... And he has a metric that it's collecting and reporting. See, that might be cool to be able to support. Where is he adding diagnostics config? Right, he declares diagnostics config. Hey, Fick Cop with the gift sub.
F1CHK0PP just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much. The Arthur, congratulations, you just got a gift subscription. Much appreciate the gift subs. Thank you so much. Subscriptions are down a little bit this month, not gonna lie. And I'm okay with that. It'd be nice if there was more. We'll work on that. We'll try and do more with giving value for folks that are watching here on Twitch. So that's really, it's used in 7 places. So that's for the meter. Right, it adds... Yeah. Hey, there you go. Welcome, the Arthur. So, focus on 3 kinds: structured logging, tracing, and metrics. Structured logging, log entries from iLogger. The .NET OpenTelemetry SDK offers features for gathering data from iLogger, blah, 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 blah. See, I think we want an activity. How to use activity logging in C#. I haven't done this before. Right, so logger factory, fine, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. No, not on the page. No. Right, this is just doing logger log information. And logger's an iLogger coming in. Right, I feel like there should be a logger because it's going to another service. And I want to separate that out. Drains the battery? Yes, it does. So, Thindall, what I do, I have my headset plugged into AC power the whole time that I'm running. It does drain battery very fast. So, oh, what do you got there, DJ Deep? OpenTelemetry.net API. It does not introduce its own API for logging. Instead, it provides integration with the well-known extensions API. Okay. Is it the tracing API? You're going to do the same. Yeah. Also information about activities. .NET Runtime had an activity class for a long time, which was meant for tracing purposes and represents the equivalent of OpenTelemetry's span. OpenTelemetry.net is reusing the existing activity and associated classes to represent the span. This means users can instrument to emit OpenTelemetry compatible traces by using just the .NET Runtime. Now we're talking, okay. So, Tim, you know Tim. Mr. Hewer, right? What? Was telling me, check out how the MySQL client does this. And we might be able to latch on to some of that. Let me grab his reply. Oh, the trolling from our friends like that Junie Von Esch. There we go. So we can take a look at how the MySQL connector does this. Implementing tracing, logging, and metrics. Metrics might be good to introduce here too. Like, is there something there that we can add without... Right, so... There's the CS Proj. And it just adds logging abstractions. Logger factory, and just log. Well, get level, message exception, blah, blah, blah. And the level's coming out of trace debug. Okay, they're converting from one type to another. But that, really? So... interesting. So when you go back to the connector, right? And you go to make a connection. Logging configuration, there you go. Creates a logger. Where did they go? The logger. Logger. Go find me that, John. Hey, look at that. What do we got here? So create session, create new server session. I want to find like execute. Right? Find me the execute command. Not clone. No, like execute. Right? Right? Find me something. Execute reader. That's it. Okay. Actually, wait a sec. Pool does not have procedure cache. Ew. Okay, that's a partial. Wow. It's being provided somewhere else. Yeah. Hey, Mythin. Hello. Well, here's another side of the partial. Oh, there's the logger message. That's the logger message that it's writing. Right, for that high performance logging we were just talking about. I don't see it creating activities. Right. Activity source helper, start activity. Okay. When it opens a connection, right? Yeah. Source helper, open activity name. Is that all it's doing? And it's using it, so it's disposed at the end of it. Activity set exception, set tag. There it is. There it is. So, hey, Andreas. So we're looking at this. The idea that and what we've been taking a look at is we added a simple iLogger to the antivirus. And I'll pick up some other image from days gone by. There we go. And it's doing logging now for the antivirus feature that we prototyped and shared. Right? It's logging that, and I can look in the trace, and I can see down here, right there, it did the post, right? Like, big deal. How do we log it so it appears as another activity when it actually reaches over to the antivirus service and makes that request? We're learning how to add those activities. So we can use the activity source helper and, right, I should have looked at this before. We're inside the MySQL connection. So when you're making a connection to a MySQL database, MySQL, MySQL. Which one? It's going to start an activity to indicate, hey, I'm checking out the I'm actually working and connecting to the database. So I think public const string activity name. Yeah, call it ClamAV, right? And then down here, when we actually go to execute, right? Let's do using var activity equals activity source helper, right? Is that? No. Yeah, if it's not interactive, it won't do that. So where is activity source helper? That start activity here. This server session, and it calls into activity source helper again. What is that? Right, that's got to be around here somewhere. I'm not familiar with it. Is it down in here? No. There it is. Hello. Start activity calls activity source start activity. Okay. Okay. Sure. Hello? I've... No. And you want me to go to Comic Sans? Oh. Why isn't that? Right, activity source. System, diagnostics. It's not in there. Not in there. I don't have that. So this is in MySQL connector. I'll do that Comic Sans in just a minute here. Hello! Hey, DJ Deepex, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. It adds logging abstractions. We added that. Diagnostic source. I bet you that's it. Diagnostic source. Diagnostic source. So, yeah. And logging abstractions are on both. So, what am I missing? Yeah. Why do you think that isn't a thing? Right? Unless... Don't tell me that's another thing. No, that's activity source helper. There's a thing to create activity sources. Ship as part of System Diagnostics Diagnostic Source. Version 5 of this package. I didn't install version 5. Yeah. We installed 4.3. We should be on 8.01. Eight. Good. We got it on both. Try that again. Now it knows what it is. Right? So now if we take a look at that. Activity source. Now it still doesn't have start activity. This is an internal static class. No, activity source, it's... There should be a this on this somewhere, if it's an extension method. So do we say new activity source, name, activity name? No, I'm not going to give it a version. Okay. I think we're getting there. Yeah, it was the wrong NuGet version. Isn't that always the way? So if we go back to the connector and we look at, like, right, there's the SQL. Connection.open, it's trying to go to do open async. Activity source helper start activity. Okay. So here's the activity. Copies tags into it. Whatever. Looking for... So if there's an exception... And set the exception. Do I need to do any... Do I really need to do anything in here then? What happens if I just build that and try it again? Like... So it, because it's referencing it from the build target folder from the other project, it should bring in and use the new version. So maybe we'll see the ClamAV activity when it goes to send a connection. I don't know. We're trying something new. So, right. Yeah, okay. There it is, negotiated. Good. All right. Do this and try and upload file. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Elusco is. But it didn't work. There's the post. No. Using var activity. Right, so what else does it do with it? Copies tags into it. Creates session async and passes in the activity. Well, what happens with that? So the activity comes in. There it is, connect async, session connect async to the activity, with the activity going across. These exceptions aren't setting a message on that, but let's go down into here. This is nice how I can drill through the code on GitHub. Yeah, I don't know who Elusco is. Activity tags. Add database system tag name. Okay, that's not bad. To say, here's where I'm connecting to. Okay. Sure. Activity set tag. Right? Like, that feels like a good thing to do. Right? So, if I say activity... Oh, I didn't even say start activity. I just said, here it is. Sure. Right, so... Maybe I need to do like that. Activity kind. Describes relationship. Hey there. Swords human, hello. Outgoing request to an external component. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay. That kind of makes sense. So, start, stop, duration. Oh, it'll track all that stuff, right? But I wanted to set a tag. Okay. Sure, set the command. That sounds like a good one to put. Can you recommend some other tags? No, it's not going to be null there. I've just done it. Set tag. Sure. That makes sense. And the port. Yeah. Okay. And if there's an error, right, set, there's an exception thing in here. Oh. No. Oh yeah, the Comic Sans. We got to do the Comic Sans. you're right. Thank you. No problem. What'd you do, Visual Studio? Comic Sans. There we go. And I'll put the Comic Sans indicator up. There we go. Hey, Billy Cool. Hello. Comic Sans. Right, there was a thing over here to log an exception. Set the activity tags. I don't know what all that stuff is. Using the .NET Activity API. Adding dependency on the OpenTelemetry is required for you when you use terminology matching. Nah. Nah. So, how do we log an exception? Set status. There we go. Okay. Yeah, sure. Set status API. Yeah. Do something like that. Right? Error scanning. Right, and I thought there was a way to pass that, some sort of no, that's it. Okay. No, don't try and save that page. No. No, I didn't mean to save that. I meant to save that. What other activity status codes do we have here? Error and OK and unset. Okay. Fine. Should probably put a close message down here when it closes connection. Closed connection. Cool. So is that it? Maybe? I don't know. Make sure the unit tests, make sure the build works. Boy. What did I break? Multi-threaded. Multi-threaded. That's fine. What do you mean result isn't? Try that again. Single space, two space. Come on. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Line 113. No, that's... inside Clam client, send and scan file, line 392. Hmm? What did I change? Line 94. I said start activity. Oh. Okay. Hey, that's cool. Just change it over if we have an activity because there's a listener, use it. Yeah, and I changed that one too. So if they're... That kind of makes sense. There you go. So if I go back over to the other one, restart so it loads in the new DLL because it's referencing it. Are we going to get the activity now that shows that it went and connected out to the Clam server? That sounds weird. It sounds weird to say. Okay, there we go. So upload some picture. Yeah, fine. I was speaking in DC at an event for the federal government. That was interesting, let me tell you. Alright, so now if I go over to traces, I don't think so. No. What is that chat badge? Raging Wolfhelm? What's that for? Oh, the Elden Ring. So, did it not pull in the latest version? Maybe. Like, I'm setting tags on it. Is there something else that I have to log to say, okay, I did a thing? Add event? Okay. Let's add an event. Right? Executing. Yeah, sure. I thought that was activity event. Oh. Okay, I need to make it a new activity event like that. Right? Okay, so that built. Test. Good. Back over to my sample. Try this so it brings in the new one. Blazer App 100. That's a joke that I tell. That, yeah, I just let it keep incrementing as I give new demos, and when I get to 100, stop. So that says it's all connected, but it's not. No, file not uploaded. Give me another one. Yeah. Something with that file upload sample doesn't take it the first time. There we go. No virus detected. Traces. No. Let's do this. Let's try and simplify things here a little bit. Let's just add that existing project, just copy it into the solution. Right? This is interesting. This is fun to learn how some of these pieces fit together here. So now here, yeah, I'll remove that assembly, and I'll be able to add a project reference. No. Right to it. And hopefully be able to trigger and run this all, and even debug into exactly what that nclam library is doing. So then we can consider doing metrics, I guess. Like, I guess that's a thing. Now, see, there's something with the SignalR connection. Okay. Everything connected. They. No. No. No, it's in the Clam client. No, don't do that. Oh, did it not get the activity created? No. Okay. Let's head back over to... How do we configure it so that it's listening? It's a new activity source. Start it. Create an activity source. The name and version of it. Okay. Here. And it's typically reused. Okay. Learning something new. Public? No. Nclam. Assembly. There we go. Why don't you like that? That's why. Okay. So now down here... Okay. If there are no listeners, so how do we get them? So how do we start listening? Yeah, client is right. Oh, Comic Sans is over. Thank you. And I'll head back. Come on now. We'll head back to normal full screen. Change the font back. Oh, it was right there. And I prefer Cascadia. Let's go Cascadia Mono. Not just Cascadia Mono. There we go. Back to normal. I tried zooming in the text a little bit there. So I need to make sure that it's right, that there's a listener for it. Hey, Snow Day, thank you. So how do I set it up so that it starts activating and working with it and listening for it? That's how it starts it. Yeah, so if you do using, it'll automatically stop and end when it gets to the end. So you were asking about activity kind client versus... So it's an outgoing request to an external component is what it is. So client is what we want. But how do we register and say, okay, go listen for this thing? We did adding events. We did some set status. Don't want to do metrics just yet. But, like, inside service defaults. Add open telemetry, include formatted message, include scopes. Do we need to tell it which one it is there? I don't know. Here's what I need to do. I need to step away for just a minute. Yeah, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water and yeah, be right back in a minute. All right. See you in about 2. Like, I can feel my mouth going dry, and there you go. Changed hats up also. Oof. I feel like there's a thing here where I need to tell it that there's an activity source here to start. To start logging and looking for it. Right? Hello, Unhip Coder.
Unhip Coder just resubscribed for 43 months.
43 months. Thank you so much. More than 3 years, 3.5 years with us. Much appreciate that support. I don't. C#, start listening for activity? I don't know. Jimmy Bogard with a post here. All listeners subscribe. Add activity listener. That doesn't feel right. Like, we created the activity source over here. It's an internal private one. Hey, Dark Neil Rev, hello. PowerShell Freak.
Just resubscribed for 55 months.
Thank you so much. 55 months. Much appreciate all that support. My goodness. Why would I use webhooks? Yeah, returns null. Activity source, add activity listener. Activity source, start activity. Let's go back to... Right, so... Right, it was activity source helper. There it is. Start activity. And it sets a tag. And returns the activity. And there's the activity source. Right? Hey there, is it Skogaval? Hello, welcome. Yeah, right, we're creating the activities, but where do we set them up to listen? Like, I don't think you're too far off over here. That you need to reach into the activity source and add an activity listener. But where... Is there an activity listener being configured here for MySQL? There it is. It's in the tests. 6 more matches, but it's in the integration test. So it needs to see the activity source. Just getting started. Hey, that's great. So how does it know like the activity source that we saw over here? It's private. Right, and it's yeah. It's not exposed. So how is it? So what did, all right, this is from 2020. What did Jimmy do here? Using start activity, do the things. Start activity makes a lot of header, takes a lot of header business we did earlier with one slight variation. So we take our activity source start activity. Services add open telemetry tracing, add ASP.NET Core instrumentation, SQL client, add source. When it add open telemetry with tracing. Is there an add source that's running guard clauses here? Add instrumentation. That's the metrics. Tracing is right, because tracing will get me the activities. Add the ASP.NET Core instrumentation. Hey there, Laura Dev. Hello, welcome in. Register options, configure. It's nice being able to read the source code. get service activity source. Activity source service dot name. Ah, okay. So if we break this out, no, I don't want that. That. No, still not that. Keystrokes. Introduce constant. Yes. Activity source name. And we're going to make that public. Right? No, the live subtitles is not something I've done by myself. That's a feature that I installed in OBS. It's from a GitHub repository from a user named Rat with a Compiler. Okay. So now I should be able to go back to here. Oh, wait a sec. We're looking at a service defaults thing now. Right, I want to add extra capabilities into this. So add source. Ah. Can I do that? Is that all I needed? Is that what I was missing? The plot thickens. We all feel like a beginner at some point. So there I am, navigated over. All right. You're not giving. Oh, breakpoint. Is activity a thing? It is! And it blew up. Wow. Okay. Wow. Resilience event occurred. Okay. Try a different file. There we go. Got it that time. Traces. Execute clam command async. But it says it's on web front end. Yes, because it's the okay. So and client in stream, and it shows that it took 3 seconds. Refresh the page. Let's try that again and see what it looks like. Right? So that was my picture from Microsoft Connect 2018. 3 entries. So posted the upload. There it is. Execute clam command async. Command was in stream, the port, localhost. Let's go back to here. So there it is. Can we get smarter about what that command is? Is Visual Studio the best to begin with? It took you 2 hours to understand how to link it to a folder. Visual Studio Code is pretty low impact way to get started. Particularly if you're not working with .NET. Otherwise, Visual Studio, you want to open a project and work with it, you're in great shape to use those tools. It knows this hack. We loaded this one, and it's different enough that it should
Now we
find it.
know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Puerto Rico from the World Baseball Classic. When you're... What? Okay. When you're working with a... When you're working with code inside of Visual Studio, it's typically looking for a project. If you want to just open a folder, you can just open a folder. It's this big button here that says open a local folder. And then you can choose, sure, I'll choose that folder. And it'll open and show you, here's the contents of the folder that you're working with. And there it is, in the Solution Explorer, we call it. And that's all the content. But as .NET developers, as we build and work on projects that are part of a larger combined solution, you want to work with project files and solutions. And those are structures much like you have in NPM, where you have a manifest file, right? Package JSON that contains information about here's all the things and the configuration about how to package and ship this thing. So, is knowing only Django as a backend good for job hunting because you only know Python and JavaScript? It's not terrible. No, you're going to be all right. You're going to want to learn other technologies. You're going to get in. You might get in as a junior junior Python developer, but I would encourage you to expand your base. So it's specifying the command, but it's like the raw command. I'd like it to actually... I guess it's alright. And it says the command and the server and the port. And the suggestion was that we might not want that to be client. We might want that to be server. And that's a request coming in from an external component. Hey, Johan. I don't think we want server. Thank you so much. 66 months. 5.5 years subscribed. Much appreciate, Johan. Thank you very much. I think we definitely want that to be a client. Right, there's a display name there. Sure. I don't mind setting that. What? What? It's a get set. Why don't you like that? Now it'll do it. You haven't mastered your current base yet? Don't worry about mastering it. Get a broad set of experiences with it. Are you building the same application all the time? Try something different with it, so that you get exposed to more things. Ugh. No. I keep running into this error uploading the file thing. Yeah. That's not the activity doing that. There it is. Right there, it did it. Execute clam command async in stream on localhost 58.294. So it is showing up, right? The post is the web activity coming in. We're okay with that. Let's not call this execute clam command. Let's call this let's not call this execute clam command async. That's awful to read. Let's do that. Nah, restart. Force the restart. Yep, I do have a YouTube. I've got a lot more that I need to put over there, but most of the interactions are here on the live stream. So try that. Not uploaded. Yeah. Why? There it goes. There it is. Clam AV in stream. And there's the one event, 14 milliseconds, executing. I should... call isn't scanning. Well, I don't know if it's scanning. If it's the in-stream command, I know it's scanning. Right? Because this is called from 10 different places. Right? Version, stats, ping, scan. There's... Right? Multi-scan, in-stream. So I could say if it's scan, multi-scan, or in-stream, that the activity name is... Right? Right, I could do something like this, equals command switch so we had scan, multi-scan, and in-stream. Multi-scan. And for the display name, actually, we don't need the rest of that stuff, right? Because it's down in the details, right? And I didn't put the end of the event that it was doing. Where'd it go? I add event. Right, so now I might see a little bit more information. Certainly interesting. And I'm learning a lot going through this, and I think that's kind of the important thing here. Oh, what happened here? Try that file again. There it goes. Okay. Back over here, look at the trace. Clam AV scan. Okay. And the command is in stream. Okay. Resource events. Executing command, completed command. That's not bad. Can I directly send a JSON object from an OTel model in an external app to the OTel endpoint that shows up in the dashboard? I think that's one of the things that we've enabled, yes. But that worked properly. I don't, yeah. Okay. What else? Like, this shows up as a different color when you're connecting out to something else. Right? Like, outgoing request to the external component. Client is what MySQL had. And this client that we're creating here feels similar to the MySQL connection. It's defining the client, it's going and making the request to the service, doing that interaction, and returning. And now because we're using an activity up there, we can now add metrics that generate this as well. Can I do scan or yeah. Sure. Okay. I don't think this is pull request ready yet, though. Like, there's more to do to clean this up. What if we want to add metrics for that, so we can see how long and how many traces it's doing? And I'm also not thrilled with service defaults. For me to add a source here, it's like, I don't like how I have to inject and write my own stuff in here, because this is being referenced and added all over the place. Like, but if I want to do metrics, right, there was here activity creation, event status, metrics API. Yeah, I want to do that. Right, so we're going to create a meter and we're going to instrument. Yeah. Create a counter, an asynchronous counter, a histogram, a gauge. I don't think we need, I think we just need a counter. Maybe we need a histogram. To show the duration that we've been scanning. That's the specification. The OpenTelemetry specification. Yeah, how... There it is. Create a meter providing the name and version, blah, blah, blah. Create a counter off of it. Okay, so let's add that. Right? So that we can generate counts of how many times we've gone through and done virus scans. That's a valuable piece of information. No, not string, static. Meter? Yeah. And what did they call it? And it's a new meter with a name and a version. Well, let's do the same thing. Activity source name, and I'll do the same version. Clan client, assembly. Oh, where's the version? Get name. Version to string. Okay, so I've got the meter. Okay. But then the counter. Let's call this a scanner counter. I don't know. Sure. We'll figure out where that appears. And then when it does a scan, scanner counter. Scan events are scan, in-stream, multi-scan. What? Should have gotten the literal on that. Scan events contains command. Yep. Scanner counter, add. One. Can we, is there just an increment? No. Alright, fine. We should probably also have a counter for found virus counter. Right? I don't know. I'm just making this stuff up as I go here. Right? So here it gets the result. It goes to return, closed connection. The result is a string right there. Right, there's the command going in, and it returns it as a clam scan result. If it ends with found, then it found one. So we can jump in here and say if result ends with found, and we can do string comparison. And let's say found virus counter enabled. So now it's counting those. Okay. What about duration of these, right? So that was like, right, the histogram. So histogram, I don't know. Scanning counter. Create histogram. I don't know what type. Numerical type? I don't know. Long? I don't know. Well, that doesn't work. OpenTelemetry.net. Okay. Did Jimmy have anything over here? No. .net, histogram, metric? I don't know. Okay. Counter for hats sold? Sure. A meter factory? Okay. What else do we get here? Counter, up, down counter, tracks a value that may increase or decrease. No. Observable counter. No, I don't want to maintain the total. Histogram. Tracks the distribution of measurements. There isn't a single canonical way. Yeah, I want to create, like, the duration. We recommend following the OpenTelemetry naming guidelines. Okay. Lowercase dotted hierarchical names and an underscore as the separator between multiple words. All right, well, let's go fix that. So this would be nclam scanner count. Nclam scanner scan count, found count, nclam scanner duration. Yeah, I'm still working here. Hey there, Abish. Give me just a minute here, and I'll answer your question. Right, but I'm looking for. That's the only place where there's duration. Open telemetry. Metric duration. Like, what should I use for this? No. Reporting the duration of a system call. Yes! That's the only place. No, doesn't have duration in there. Like, no, it's not in there. No. A unique name, okay. Histogram, request duration, request size. Yes. Okay, now we're talking. Show me more. It's an int64, so it's a long description, and it's logging the number of microseconds on that duration. Okay. Can we do microseconds or can we do milliseconds? mean, I guess it says microseconds. So we're doing it as a long. And what else did it? Give it a description. Can I give it a description? Is that a thing? Yeah, there's a description. No, it's right there. So I can say description. Scan virus scan duration. Right? Something like that. You're going to see a little bit of .NET Aspire in just a minute here. Abish Karkafel. Give me just a second. We will talk about that. So now that I have that histogram, right? It's doing a debug for the stopwatch up here. I'm going to turn that off. And way down here, elapsed milliseconds, elapsed microseconds. Ah, fine, give me milliseconds. Let's see what that does. So, .NET Aspire gives you a way to structure and define a distributed application that you might be building. A website that connects to a database. A web service that interacts with other external web services. A website that interacts with a Redis cache and a database and a service bus with microservices that are hanging out there as well. .NET Aspire, when you start it, is most known for this thing, the dashboard, that shows you, here's all the things that I started. I started a container that has ClamAV antivirus running in it. And I have my C# project sitting here as well. The C# project knows how to reach into the Clam antivirus through some of the configuration that I've given it. But wait, there's more. We're going to also reach into... I don't even know if it started the metrics. And we'll find out in a second here. It gives you distributed trace logging over here, so we can see all the steps that went into every request. I can see all of the logs for all of my resources. There's my website. There's my antivirus container and all the log information running there. I have it all in one place. I've also got structured logging on all of those services that I can search through, and I can find errors quickly by narrowing it down with my log level filter here. These are all features that are available in other places. Prometheus, Grafana, Loki. You can stand those up and run and get a whole bunch of really cool capabilities running for your Kubernetes cluster, for your containers, so you can examine and collect all that information. It's really cool. It's really interesting to set up. There's all kinds of features there that you can wire up and get set up, but you know what? It's really hard to set up. With great flexibility comes great difficulty. So what this gives us is a default set of configuration that's very opinionated and gets you in and gets you productive immediately. So I can reach in here, and what we're testing is a little feature here that connects over and interacts with that antivirus endpoint, because I can see here in my log that it went and connected and there was no virus detected. It was a photo of me. It better not be a virus in that. But I can also go over to my structured log, and I can see, right, no virus detected. I can see in the trace, there's the post. There's the scan that it did right there. But I want to see in my metrics over here. yeah, I'm guessing we need to add the metrics in for it to discover and start using them. So let's go back up to here. Right there with metrics. So let's look at this one. HTTP client. Grafana and Elasticsearch is tough to trying to learn at the moment. Right. There's a ton that goes into building that. Like, how do you do that? It's out of your league? It's not. I'll show you. I'm in at a depth where I'm customizing things. We can do more with this without getting too complicated. Give me a second here. We'll dive into this. So the meter that I want to add is called enclam. So let's do that. Right? Can I say yeah? And restart that. You've just done some CRUD API work. Even better. Wait till you see what this can do. Hank, I got you, friend. I got you. Give me a second here, and we'll get in and look at that. So if I look at metrics, web front end, no, it's still not showing up. It should have added that. Because there's the meter. Restart that. Yeah, go. So you're getting excited? All right. I'm doing just a simple post back here to upload a file, and I'm running it through an antivirus scan. Right? So, hang on. Let me... Well, now it really missed. Now I messed up. Like, the stuff isn't... Maybe it didn't show up yet because it wasn't called? Maybe? So, choose a file, let it get uploaded. Okay. Back over to metrics. There it is. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Look at that! Look at that! And I can see it scanned one file. Scanned a second file. And we can see how long it's been running. Those are milliseconds. Show count? Ooh. Ooh. Hey, Codebase Alpha. Okay. Okay. There's more to tinker on with that. I know we're on ad break, and I know Abish, who was asking questions about this, is not subscribed, so they're probably watching an ad right now. I might not need the scan count because it's already there in the scan duration. Like, I'm adding it twice. So maybe I don't need that one. And maybe I can add some information when the scan completes. There's other overloads in there. What else do we have? Tag list. So maybe I can add a tag that says found? I don't know. We'll tinker with that in a minute. There we go. We should be done the ads. Thank you back. Welcome back. Does the telemetry only capture the basics of the call happen? But does it show deeper details like file name, file size? Well, right, that's what I'm doing in the activity. Right? I'm not logging that information. I can add that. I can absolutely add that in here. So, One Punch Mac with a couple of questions here. Surly Dev asks, are there any data privacy concerns we should bear in mind when using ClamAV? So other folks were saying this Tuesday when we introduced this topic. ClamAV runs on-prem. You aren't sending it out to some other service on the other side of the world. It's all running locally. So do your own research on data privacy concerns, but it's running locally. So your mileage might be different. What if 1,000 users try to upload images? Then there should be a queue that's going through there, or stand up multiple clients, right? So that you're handling multiple requests. There's actually, if I go back over here and we go to this, right? If I make this multiple, it should. Let's restart. But that's cool. I'm seeing more data come through. Like, I'm not sure the NCLAM author is going to be happy with all the things in the current structure that we have added out there. Right? So I should be able to say, go give me these 3 files. See? 3 files. But I don't think... Yeah. I don't think I have NCLAM set up to handle multiple files right now. It hit the retries trying to work with it. Yeah, I didn't set that up right to receive and load multiple files. But to the question of, well, how would you handle it? You could stand up multiple ClamAVs. Right? There. There it is. So, and standing up multiple antivirus entries is pretty easy to do. Where is it? Replicas. No. With endpoint. Now. So with other resources, you can specify a number of replicas, and it will properly load balance across them. Yeah, there we go. Right? So give me 5 instances. What I really want is I want 5 different ClamAV instances, so it handles that properly. There you go. There's the 5 of them. And they're all listening on the same IP address. But when you go to it, you're getting a single instance of this. Yeah, I'm going to run into a little bit of an issue here. Because this is doing some Blazor server-side interaction. And the SignalR connection is not the same and it's breaking. It's going to somewhere different. So if I was doing a straight API connection for that, it wouldn't have a problem. But let me go back to where'd our friend go? Abish with the question there. So here's what I'm going to do with this project for right now. I'm going to commit these changes as work in progress because we've added a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. It works nicely. Hey, thank you so much for the resub.
Basie Alpha just resubscribed for 3 months.
Much appreciated. Great to see you. Thank you. Like, we need to clean up a little bit of what we added in there and make it easy to add the Clam client with all that instrumentation so that it shows up. Yeah. Let me back up and do the Aspire sample. It's not right there. I really like talking about this sample. It is in Let's Learn.net Aspire. We'll go to the complete one. So when you're building an application, it doesn't matter how complex your application is. You're going to run into your website needs to connect and interact with other things. Not terrible. So what we can do is we can instrument and we can tell our application system that those other things exist and how to connect and interact with them. So inside the app host of our solution, we have a program CS, just like every other application that we now have in .NET 8. And we can define, hey, I've got these 3 things that I want to work with. I've got an API that I built. It's a project on disk called API, and it's right there. I've got a project that I built called My Weather Hub, right? My Weather Hub, and I'm going to call it My Weather Hub. And it lives right there. What I can do is I can tell My Weather Hub about that API by specifying, hey, you have a reference to this. And it will learn and discover where that API project is. I don't have to worry about grabbing the appropriate host name and port and carrying that along. What I can do inside for .NET folks, there's service discovery here, so I can specify, hey, I need an HTTP client, and I want it to connect to the API, right? That API service name is the same as what's here. And absolutely, you can do that with something like Kubernetes and set up your own internal naming thing, but you have to do all that setup and configuring and putting all that stuff in there, and it's difficult, it's painful. It's somewhere else that you need to maintain all these things. We're eliminating those paper cuts and putting it all in one place so that I can name my services when I declare them using a programming language that I'm familiar with that'll give me build time errors if something's wrong, so that when I run my application, these projects that I built discover each other. I'm going to start up a Redis cache and connect it to my API here by using the same with reference. The dashboard's going to show me, there's my Redis cache. There's my API. And I can look at the Swagger endpoints, the OpenAPI endpoints for that, and inspect and interact with exactly what that API does. And I can still go to my website. I've got all these things connected by declaring the names of them. I don't need to pass around the specific host name and port. It does that service discovery for me. So now here's my application. It's reached over into the API to bring back this list of weather observation stations. They call them zones for the U.S. National Weather Service. And I can use my screen here. I'll go and find Philadelphia. There's the Philadelphia. And I can click that, and it's going to do another request through my API to the National Weather Service and show me the weather. But I get that tracing and logging automatically because of the tools and the libraries that I'm using to connect those, right? It's baked in. I've always had the log. And this is a pain in the neck to search through. But the Aspire dashboard gives me a way to search and find things, right? And my trace here shows me that it went. That's what I want. I want the API to respond on that so that I can see, look, I went and made a request for this zone ID, and when I click into it, right, there's the name. I did a get to the API to say, hey, go give me this forecast for a specific zone ID, and I can see the exact path that happened, exactly where it went, and if there were some errors, I can see what happens down here at the bottom. But I can see my API made an outbound request to the National Weather Service at API Weather Gov. And I can scroll down in here and see it made a request to API Weather Gov, and there's the exact request it made going out. I didn't do anything special. My code that interacts with all those endpoints, right? I set up an HTTP client here just like I normally would, but I can take care of and I can take advantage of the new service discovery and just refer to, hey, go connect to my API. And this NWS manager knows how it's not doing any logging here. It just says, go get my list of zones. Go get the forecast for a zone. Use that HTTP client, do a get to forecast and pass in that zone. That's it. There's no logging being done here. But I get this rich output that shows me all that stuff. Even better, I can see here that the API did a check to see if it had it saved in Redis cache. And because it didn't, it went to go get it from the National Weather Service. And then I can see that it saved it to Redis cache. I've got the complete picture of it. Because now the next time I look at my trace, and I go back to my Weather Hub, right? And I refresh this, and I go back and I look for Philadelphia. And I click to look at that again. See how quick it came up? Go back to my list of traces. When it went to the API that time, there's the last time it ran right there. When it went that time, it got it out of Redis cache. It never went to the National Weather Service. So I can, as a developer, I can clearly see this was retrieved from cache in my trace. And I can look at the details of that trace and see exactly what happened. Further, I can drill into the logs, and if there were logs about it that I needed to take a look at, they'd be sitting out here. So that makes me feel really good about how that interaction took place. Those time offsets are showing up as microseconds and milliseconds. feel like there's something missing there on my implementation. Switching all your projects and customers over to Aspire-based. The observability that you get for free here is amazing. Wrapping some of those things like the Clam antivirus client with the activity logging so that we can observe and see what it's doing and how it's interacting and the results that it's bringing back. Fantastic to be able to get that type of reporting all built into my API client that I am using to interact with those endpoints. Just adding the logging that we should have in these clients and tools is going to make our developer experience so much better. On YouTube, there's a question, is this useful for logging errors or bugs and what parameters used? Absolutely. Because you can export, right? You can export those structured logs to the Azure Monitor service, right? Export it to a Prometheus database and be able to spin through and look for it. Export it to Datadog, SolarWinds. They have endpoints for these, for this standard API that you can export and continue using. There's even instructions in the service defaults here that explain to you how to do that. Here you go. If you want to push this to Azure Monitor OpenTelemetry, there's the instructions for how to do it. There's information on Microsoft Learn about how to push it to other locations. Real easy. And you're setting it up here. I'm not touching the rest of my code. I put the logging in one place and it's injected and just works everywhere. So by building our clients, our API clients, using OpenTelemetry standards, logging, creating metrics, we can see then inside of our interactions over here, I can see exactly how much work is being done. Awesome, right? So there's these tags here that we can see and interact with, right? So sure, give me just API weather gov, right? And it hasn't made a request there in a while. There it is. There's where it made the request, and it took a 120 seconds. That's not the right time. Maybe 120 milliseconds. So best practice by default, right? This is an opinionated collection of tools that are going to give you by default best practices, a path that's well traveled, that lots of folks have been very successful with using OpenTelemetry. The service discovery, lots of folks are very successful using service discovery techniques. But by lighting it up and making it easier for you to use inside the Aspire toolset means that it makes it easier for you to have a distributed application that has many parts, right? Microservices, database, caching, external APIs that you're connecting to and referencing, and you can give them your own names that your code can rely on having and using and depending on. Then when you deploy, those names will continue to work when you deploy to Kubernetes, to AWS, and to Microsoft Azure. You were listening to the Hansel Minutes yesterday with Damian Edwards talking about it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right? Check out, you want to learn more about Aspire? Check out aspirify.net. It's a website that we built in part here live on this stream that collects and reports, hey, I know that guy. All kinds of stuff about .NET Aspire that's going on. And there's that podcast with Damien. Check it out. Over there on aspirify.net, you can find and learn more about that. Check out some of the other content that's over there. There's all kinds of great things about .NET Aspire that you can jump into and learn and really benefit from. I need to drop. I have a podcast recording myself that I need to get to. So we're going to wrap things up right there. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of this. We learned a lot building with OpenTelemetry today and enhancing and adding more into that antivirus client. And we're going to simplify that. We're going to make it a heck of a lot easier. Oh, we hit an ad. Darn it. I'm going to wait for the ad to come back before we wrap up. We've learned a lot about all these things, and I'm really excited, really enjoying adding these capabilities into our clients, into our applications, because with Aspirify.net, I want to allow folks to create their own accounts, but I want to do antivirus scan to make sure you don't upload anything that's malware, that's nefarious, that's gonna be a bad thing for other folks. So let's get that set up straight. Let's get that configured in a way to make it safe for everybody, right? Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure here. I'm going to see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network real quick. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being here. Looking around, we were talking about Code Rushed earlier. Let's go rate our friend Code Rushed. That's Mark Miller. And I'm sure he's doing some very cool things, right? Voice to code he's been working on. Dictate code for Visual Studio to write. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you... I'm not going to see you tomorrow morning. We'll get another stream on the schedule soon, all right? Have a great one, friends. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.